Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today I want to make a special painting to celebrate one of the great people of our time. I don't have to tell you what's going on in the world right now, but I want to try to make this episode a little bit different than the one that I just made earlier this morning, where we made a portrait of Vladimir Putin as Sad Satan, because I am absolutely disgusted with this monstrous, horrible person, and who has invaded a peaceful country with a democratically elected government that has not done anything worthy of any type of violence whatsoever. We could talk about global politics and why I can see why Russia, and Putin in particular, might be anxious with Ukraine making some moves towards the Western world, towards being a more democratic country and wanting to join NATO and all those things. And I can totally understand why Russia would feel anxious about this. It's the same sort of thing when the Soviets tried to put missiles in Cuba. That made the Americans very anxious. That's the Cuban Missile Crisis, and that was the closest so far that we've come to nuclear war. I can understand why Putin would be stressed out about Ukraine joining NATO, having nuclear weapons right at the doorstep of Russia. I get it. Totally get it. And I think that's something that, you know, I don't know how to, I'm not a diplomat, I don't know how to resolve that issue and to allay some of the fears that Putin might have, but it's certainly no excuse for invading another country. And President Zelensky is, as far as I can think of, is as close to a modern hero as I have ever seen in my entire life, as someone who is bravely standing up against the world's most powerful dictator. And let's be honest here, Russia will win this military conflict eventually. And Zelensky has determined that he will stay there until the bitter end. And if he does, Putin more than likely will execute him. He has already tried at least 3 times to assassinate Zelensky. So we know that he wants this man dead. The fact that Zelensky is staying there in the face of that it shows more courage than I can even comprehend. And that is why I have created today's image here as Zelensky, as a saint, Saint Zelensky, because I know for a fact that at some point, at some time in the future, Zelensky will become a saint within the church, at the very least within the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, but I would imagine elsewhere, because very few people have the courage to do what he is doing, and it is incredible, absolutely incredible. So I want to do my best to honor this person, and also to give some to stand in solidarity with the other Ukrainians. I'm a Ukrainian myself, and I want to stand in solidarity with Ukrainians who are at this moment fighting and dying against the overwhelming opposition of one of the largest militaries that has ever existed on planet Earth. And he makes me very proud to be a Ukrainian. It's I mean, okay. I just need to get painting, otherwise I'll get bogged down in emotions. So, what I want to do today is, this is the steps that we're going to take to make today's painting. We're going to get an image onto the canvas. We're going to start applying some paint. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the charities which I encourage you to donate to in lieu of supporting my channel and the work that I do. I want you to strongly consider making a donation, even as little as $1, right? Because one of the things that I think, you know, we think like, well, I can't, what am I going to do? I can only give the price of a cup of coffee. That makes no difference. It does make a difference. It really does make a huge difference. If at the very least, to give people who are working with their boots on the ground, whether that is soldiers or doctors or people aiding refugees, the sense that you care, that this is important to you, and that you're not just an observer, but you're taking action. So I strongly encourage everyone, there's links in the description below, we'll take a look at them in a moment, but to consider making a donation. And then we're going to do a bunch of these different steps here, and at the very end, in about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, we'll do our side-by-side comparison and see how they look together. Okay, so let's go to the image transfer process. So, actually, I want you to know that there's obviously this image, but I did an outline of it. So I used my Procreate app on the iPad Pro to create this image, and you can print it out on your printer at home. And let's show you where you can actually find that image. So there's a link to a Dropbox folder in the description below, after the links to the charities that I encourage you to support. And if you click down here, number 21, you'll see 3 files. There's the original, and then there's 2 versions, the outline, a JPEG and a PDF, right? Also, should just mention right off the top, I encourage you to upload the painting you create today to the private Facebook group that we have been, I hardly even do anything. This is mostly things that other people, as part of this incredible community of artists, have been growing and facilitating. So thank you everyone for all of your support over the past few years. So anyway, let's look at how to transfer this image onto the canvas. I've already done this, so I'm just going to play the video here showing the process. If it plays. Come on. Okay. So you'll see that I'm painting on a 9x12 sized canvas board, and I've printed that image out on my inkjet printer here at home, and I'm just going to tape it down. I think I made a little bit of extra room at the top so that I have room for that halo should I want to kind of, you know, depending on how we blend it out, it'd be nice to be able to have a little bit of the blue sky surrounding it. And then I'm going to use some of this carbon paper, and I'm going to put the carbon paper underneath. Make sure the shiny side is down, facing the canvas or paper or whatever you're going to be painting on. And then I'm just going to go over top of this, and I'm going to draw everything. I'm not going to do all of the lines in the hair because a lot of those details are just going to sort of disappear very quickly. And I'm also pressing relatively hard with this pen. That way it's going to preserve a lot of these lines. They're going to get through various different layers of paint here. I think I do some in the clouds. And then we're pretty close to the end here. Obviously, just before you take the tape off, maybe do a double check and see what is missing. Oh, look, I forgot a line there, right on the face. Awesomeness. That's what it looks like. And once you've got that done, then you can peel it off, and you've got this, which you can use for something else if you like. You could do multiple copies of it. All of this is provided to you free, so you can make as many copies of this painting as you like in different colors or sizes. You could scale it up on a photocopier, etc. Okay, so let's get some paint on this canvas here. So the first step that I'm going to do is I'm going to put what's called the Imprimatura onto the surface, and that's just basically a stain, a color that is going to kind of ground the painting. And there we go. Oh, let me say before I go any further that, and you can see this. This is what I was trying to do before. Okay, let's do this. So these are the colors that I'm using. So I'm going to be using warm yellow to do my Imprimatura, right? And my warm yellow is this Azo Yellow Deep. It's going to be different for every brand. That's why I'm letting you know that if you want to do this with golden, you'd use a cadmium yellow dark. If you're using Liquitex, you'd use cadmium yellow deep hue. If you're using Winsor & Newton, you do cadmium yellow deep hue as well. If you're doing Artist Loft, the Michaels Art Supply brand, you'd be using deep yellow. Buzz, cadmium yellow medium hue. Peebo would be number 48, opaque primary, or no, number 23, cadmium yellow medium hue. Holbein would be the cadmium yellow deep, and Daler-Rowney would be cadmium yellow deep hue. You can see they're all a little bit different. And of course, these are all the other colors that I'll be using for today's class, as well as probably a little bit of glazing fluid, matte glazing fluid. Okay, so let's do just that. I'm going to take some of this water. This is the only time I ever use water when I'm making an acrylic painting. We want to use mediums otherwise for the rest of the painting, because water is how we clean our brushes. So really here I'm just going to stain the surface, and the canvas has been prepped. You know, it comes pre-gessoed, and I've also gessoed it a second time and sanded it down to make it extra smooth. But the gesso's sort of got a plaster quality to it. So it literally is plaster, right? So it's a fine powdered plaster mixed with paint binder. And when we paint, even just with this water, we're sort of staining that plaster. It's a little bit like making a fresco. We talked about fresco painting just yesterday. That's weird the way it's resisting the paint. Huh, never seen that before. That would be another good reason to use medium over paint. That's weird how it's kind of separating and resisting. Maybe it's because I pressed pretty hard with my the carbon, or the pencil on the carbon paper, and the kind of the waxy quality of the carbon paper is resisting the paint a little bit. I've never seen that before. That's a little bit concerning. I don't know if you saw that happening, the paint sort of separating on either side of these pencil lines. That's very, very weird. Oh, man. What is so ridiculous about this whole situation is that, if anything, what Putin has done here is made it absolutely certain that there will be generations of Ukrainians like myself that will never forgive Putin, and will want to fight forever for a free Ukraine. I think prior to this whole situation, before Russia invaded, most people around the world, including a lot of Ukrainians like myself, were relatively ambivalent. You know, Ukraine has been fighting a war against Putin for the past 8 years. Right? After Ukraine, there was, after Russia invaded Crimea, there has been an ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, but Russia was just sort of content to just screw around with Russia, meddling in the East and, you know, fostering terrorism out there, and then, which is horrible to begin with, but he has certainly upped dramatically upped the situation to where everyone around the world had to sit up straight and be like, whoa, that is, none of it was acceptable, but has officially crossed every possible line. Okay, so let's, while this dries here, and there is still a bunch of lines on here, I just want to see if I can maybe... it's going to make things worse. Okay. There we go. You know, it's like the foundation of a house. You know, it's worth just taking a little second to make sure that that it's stable before we go too much farther. Okay. So let's look here. So I want to just talk about some of the great charities that are doing work at this very moment that you can support. Here's UNICEF. I'm sure anyone here in North America is very familiar with UNICEF because probably as children we did jump rope for heart, or, you know, those little boxes you go around and try to raise money for UNICEF. They're doing great work helping to provide shelter and various different kinds of aid for mostly children. The Canada-Ukraine Foundation has been donating money to help with food, medicine, and shelter for people within Ukraine and refugees. Speaking of refugees, the UN Human Rights Council, or Refugee Council, is helping to get people out of Ukraine safely. Doctors Without Borders is also a great organization. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who have been victimized through this war that are going to need all sorts of different types of surgeries, and let alone the fact that there are sick people in Ukraine who are already sick and dying, whether they were elderly people, children in hospitals, adults who were in car accidents or whatever. Putin's been bombing hospitals in kindergartens. Like, Doctors Without Borders are some of the bravest people on earth who go into conflict zones with the potential of themselves being attacked to help provide medicine to people who need it, including the Red Cross. These are heroic organizations that deserve your attention and your money. If you have it, if you make any of these donations to any of these charities within Canada or the Western world, you can get a tax receipt that you can put towards your taxes. If you donate to the Ukrainian Red Cross, you don't get a receipt. There's a number of articles and things I've linked in the description below where you can see other possible. There's lots of charities that are trying to do work down there. Here's NPR, National Public Radio in the United States, and CBC. So lots of different things. Now, my computer's being slow, so I'm actually just going to close a few of these tabs. So, Okay. So the next step that I want to do is to do a little bit of what we call underpainting. And there's different ways we can think about underpainting, but traditionally, a lot of the time, artists will use that even without any like this is an under drawing we have with the Imprimatura over top of it. But some artists might do the Imprimatura and then just directly start painting. And many people would consider that to be the underpainting. Some people think, you know, actually starting to apply colors as an underpainting. It's sort of like tomato. But I'm going to do a little bit of some underpainting on some of the key facial features, just so that I don't have to worry too much about those things disappearing under subsequent layers of paint here. So, oh, here's my palette. So let's start putting some paint on the palette here. And I'm probably going to use most of these colors, so I think it'll be a good idea. I put that in the wrong place, so that's... good start. So let's do the... damn. This one doesn't stick here. I forgot this thing is... So what I'm trying to do is to show people how to, who may not have any experience with painting, how to do something like we're about to do today. So I did do an entire series on the sort of the basics of acrylic painting, which I encourage you to watch if you're watching now. But I want to make today's painting as about as simple as possible, so that if you're a beginner artist, you could do today's painting in support of Zelensky and Ukraine. So technically these two colors should be inverted, but so it is what it is, right? We've got to roll with the punches here. Cool yellow, what's that doing down? A lot of cool red there. And a little bit of white in the middle there. Okay, so that's mostly dry. Let's mix a dark color, because we can use that for our outlining. Should we want to do a dark? Yeah, let's do a dark color. I was just contemplating maybe doing something completely different, but I don't think so. So I take my warm red, mix it with my cool blue, and since they're almost opposite from one another on the color wheel, we get this color that is kind of like a really barfy purple, right? It's kind of a browny purple, certainly not the kind of purple we would probably want if we wanted to make a purple. If we want to make purple, we would mix our cool red, our magenta, with our warm blue, which is ultramarine blue. Right, because they're much closer together on the color wheel, and they're just going to make a really nice vibrant color. But we want something that's going to be like a black. So I'm going to take my cool yellow now, mix this into this mixture, and it's going to take this purple, which was kind of down right below this, kind of when we mix them together, and pull it into the center and turn it into a gray. Now that's still kind of brown-ish. So I'll put a little more blue in there. nice. This is basically about as close to black as we're going to get. These towels, which, you know, these are just old towels that my wife was going to throw out, and I took them and tore them into pieces. They're great for, I love just using them for painting because I can just kind of hang them and clean my brushes that way. So let's get a smallish brush. You know, I gotta blow dry that. It's still kind of wet, so let's just mute. Okay, and then it's also important just to take a little moment for yourself to have a bit of tea here. Thank you, Donna, for making that donation. I really appreciate that. I just did my donation. Hope all this crap clears up soon. I agree with you 100%. I hope that someone watching this video a few years from now has to do an internet search to figure out what we're talking about. They're like, what? Oh, I can't believe that happened. What a bizarre blip in human history. And thank goodness everything went back to normal, whatever that is. That's unlikely, but that we can all sort of hope and wish and dream, right? Okay. So I'm just going to now take this color, and I'm just going to go over top of some key facial features here that might get covered with paint soon. Including the shape of these eyes. Now, when I'm painting, I actually don't really do much of this, but I think if you're a beginner artist, this might give you just a little bit of make your life a little bit easier, so you don't worry so much about losing the lines, which can happen once the paint starts to accumulate on the surface. Okay, let's do a little bit more on the ear, and then I think I'm okay. Okay. Actually, you know what? Maybe just a little bit down here as well. Okay. Cool. I'll probably blow dry that in a second here, just to help so that when I now paint over top of it, I don't blend those layers into my subsequent part of my painting. Awesome. Sandra says, thank you, Michael. I just donated as well, and I wouldn't have thought to do so without you. Your links made it so easy. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing that, Sandra. I appreciate that. Okay. So, what I want to do now is I want to do a little bit of work in the background. So I want to try to maybe do a little bit of the sky. We could do clouds. I kind of, that's what I did in the original image. There's the halo. So let's just think about different ways that we could go about doing this. We'll put some cool blue in here. With a little bit of cool blue and white. Let's leave. Okay. One of the, the colors of the Ukraine flag are as follows. So that's one of the reasons why I've chosen this particular color palette for this painting. So let's take some of this cool blue. And I could just apply it right here, but I'm afraid it might be a little bit too the sky would get really dark really quickly. So I'm adding a bit of white in here. Well, that was a little bit more than I was planning. So now that I've done just that, I'm actually going to just reduce a little bit of the opacity with some matte medium. So matte medium is just paint that has no pigment in it. So I'm going to mix this into this color because I kind of overdid it with the white. And this is going to actually, happy accident, because I think this is going to work kind of well. We want to, because we want to there was a reason I painted this warm yellow. I didn't just do it for fun. I want to preserve some of that glowing warmth that comes through here, especially in a painting like this. So what I'm going to do is kind of go around. In fact, let's look at them side by side. I'm going to leave a little bit of an area around this the halo, and just smudge that out a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's just go right up to the line here. I was going to try to do something, but then I'm trying to remember. I want to try to keep things relatively simple for even the most basic painter, most beginner artist watching. Don't worry about going outside of the lines or whatever. I mean, technically, we could just paint this whole thing blue. Oops. A little bit different there. That's okay. I'm also just going to take this and just go do a little bit of blue around in here. So we want to have a bit of kind of like sky poking through parts of these clouds. That's probably a good start. And you know, maybe while I'm here, I'm going to also, this is technically part of our foreground, but I want to do a little bit of just what we just did down there, but with a warm blue. And I'm going to paint this cool blue over top of it. So let's take this warm blue with white. And again, I'm going to put a bit of matte medium in here to make it a little bit thinner. So what this is going to do is it's going to help keep, even though I'm going to be using lots of that cool blue for the Ukrainian flag, I want to make sure that I want there to be cool colors in the background and warm colors in the foreground. So this is going to just give a little subtle bit of warmth underneath that cool blue. You can see some of my underpainting, those lines have smudged a bit. It's okay. We expect all kind of things like that to happen. So we're going to blow dry this, and then we're going to sort of continue working on a bunch of different parts of this painting. So we're just going to... Okay, so let's now just take this same cool blue that we had from before, and I'm going to paint this over top. Now I have lost a little bit of detail in the crest, the coat of arms. Okay, let's take this same color and I'm going to go just a little bit more in the sky. How easy it is to see, but there's when we put those two colors side by side here at the bottom, they look different, right? Which is the whole point, right? So let's blow dry that again, and we're gonna start painting the clouds in the background. Okay. Now I might do more on those things later, but I'm pretty happy with the way that looks. Like it's a very weird thing that the way that color works and how a color can seem closer or further away from us. And that's exactly, I mean, that's a story of 20th century painting, of artists really investigating color and what color can do on its own, beyond what it can do to describe things. You know, like Mark Rothko, all of the abstract painters, right? We're going to be doing a Rothko painting. There's one in particular using the Ukrainian colors that we'll be doing later this week. So we'll actually dive a little bit further into this. So let's do some clouds. Let's take this white, and I'm actually going to take some of that cold blue that was in there anyway. Let's just do a little bit of this with some matte medium. You could use glazing fluid for this first round of paint if you want, but I'm just going to put a little bit of matte medium. Again, it's going to make it a little bit more transparent, so we'll preserve, at least for this first stage, a bit more of the yellow in the background. And we've talked about painting clouds before. Probably one of the ones I was most happy, well, there's a few. We did the Rene Magritte Family of Man, the bird. That was like, I think on Christmas Day or something we did that painting. So I'm just gonna take this and go over top. So don't be afraid to kind of paint over top of even the background if you want. The reason why I painted some of that blue there and now I'm painting right over it is because I want there to be areas of the clouds that appear to be thicker and thinner, as clouds do, right? They essentially, they're entirely transparent. It's just when you get a bunch of them together and it forms kind of a mass at some point, it starts to block out the light. So and you could put your clouds wherever you want, if indeed you are going to be putting clouds in your painting. If you want to put more or less, or I'm going to expand these clouds a little bit as well in a subsequent layer. This is sort of just the main central body of the cloud. At the torso of the cloud, if you will. I just noticed there's a little bit of an area that I missed. Maybe I'm going to do a little bit, put a cloud a little bit up here. Felt like that area was a little bit lonely. Okay. That's cool. Good start. So, what I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to make a weaker glaze of what we just used here to because now I want to kind of get the clouds to get a little bit more wispy and to kind of break out a bit more. So. Let's take this same color. Actually, maybe let's take my brush. I think I need some clean white that's not quite. Or actually, you know what? Let's go. Let's go the other direction. Let's get a little bit of a darker blue. Right, so it's sort of existing a little bit in between these here. I'm going to use glazing fluid for this. This glazing fluid is more, it allows, it stays wet a little bit longer, so it allows for a little bit more blending. And let's get a brush that we can use just to kind of facilitate that. So this is, one of the things that you can order to help the blending process with acrylic paints is what's called a mop brush, like mopping a floor brush, right? So this is what a mop brush looks like when it's brand new. This is what it looks like after it's been well used and it kind of fans out a little bit. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. That can be really nice, especially if you have a larger area. So those work really well, but just so that, because not everyone has access to those tools, I'm just going to blend with just a regular brush, maybe just a little bit larger one that is relatively soft. That's important. You don't want one that is kind of too short of bristles and hard, inflexible bristles, because you want it to be soft to blend, right? So I'm going to take this paint that I just mixed, and let's zoom into these clouds here. And then I can just sort of soften the edges. You also, it helps to have a brush that's not super loaded and full of wet paint. Otherwise it makes blending kind of tricky, because then this gets really dirty really quickly. You know, doing clouds is a lot of fun. It's also can be kind of time consuming. So we're just gonna do a little bit of this and then move on. But And again, mine doesn't look great just yet, right? We're gonna go around, kind of soften some of the edges. Now, not all clouds aren't always soft everywhere. Sometimes you have sharper, harder edges on a cloud. This is almost a little bit too thin, but it's okay. It just means I kind of gotta go around and tidy things up a little bit at the end afterwards. But so part of this glazing process is, I mean, I always tell people it's great for if you're a timid painter and you're afraid of making mistakes. Glazing is awesome because you can go very, very slow, incremental changes, improvements. Okay, so up close, it's probably doesn't look all that great, but it's going to come together here shortly. So maybe I'm going to blow dry that real quick. Okay, so I'm just going to take this same mixture that I just used, and I'm just going to kind of go back. Let's zoom back into where we were at some point here. Right up at the top. So I'm not going all the way out to the farthest edges of those clouds. I'm kind of staying a little bit towards the core. So, you know, one thing I say all the time is that, you know, if you're a beginner painter, when you're making a painting like this, it's hard to kind of visualize what it'll look like at the end. And, you know, I can imagine somebody, if they were doing exactly what I was doing, side by side, they might feel like, whoa, it's not working out. Look how kind of awful that looks. And it's just like, you know what, don't worry. Keep on going. That's just the first little bit here. Have faith. All right, because we're doing the kind of the lightest, wispiest parts of the clouds. And we're going to build up to the thicker parts here. Okay. Let's look how that looks now. That's cool. I like it. It feels very, very positive and happy, and that makes me really happy because that's the whole point of today's episode. And especially in contrast to the one I did of Putin as the sad Satan. He's sad because he's the most hated person on planet Earth at this exact moment. He's made himself. It's a grave that he's dug for himself. It's bizarre. Okay, that I need more just white. That's gone too blue. I'm going to take my glazing fluid again. I got a little bit of, well, I'm just going to take this blue off. I'm not even going to bother washing my brush, because now I want to do the white inside the clouds. I should blow dry that. So let's mute the audio. Oops. Come on. Okay. Don't worry about going over this line also either, because I'm probably going to put a little bit of white and yellow back in here. You can see I'm not really looking at the screen here I'm just playing with clouds. I like that. Playing with clouds. Sounds like a good name for a exhibition or record album. Or as I used to say with my friends and I, we used to go, that's a t-shirt. That's a t-shirt right there. Playing with clouds, I like that. Right, so here's some of these areas where it's going to be, it's almost like there's a little bit of the blue sky that's peeking through a bit. We're also going to put a little bit of gray into the bottoms of the clouds, because if they're this opaque, if they're fluffy and white like that, then they're also going to have some shadows, right? Because anything that's going to be that thick, is the shadows are going to help actually give it dimension, right? Okay, so I'm just gonna now just do that again. I'm just gonna go back up to the top with a little bit more white and just now put a little bit more here and there. I just want to be careful about overdoing it. It's interesting how, like, much more serene I feel painting this painting versus the one I did of Putin, which made me very stressed out, but I felt like I really needed to do something like that, just to exercise some feelings. Like, this brings me a lot of happiness and peace. I think he's really one of the most inspiring persons of our time. Like, who among us would have the courage to stand up to Putin? Holy smokes. And not only that, just the Ukrainian people as a whole, right, have rallied behind him. You know, I'm sure Putin thought, well, yeah, maybe he's got the courage, but once we get in there and start laying siege to the cities, everyone's going to come streaming out, begging for mercy, and embrace all of our troops, and that just certainly has not happened. A really remarkable story. Just when you thought like the last couple of years couldn't get any more interesting, right? Okay, I think that's probably good enough. I might do a little bit more white in the next subsequent pass, but I think that's good. Well, he says it would be great if we could link the mute button to the hairdryer. Tell me about it. There's definitely many episodes in the past where I'm talking blah 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 blah, and then I look at it and there's like 10 minutes of you're on mute, Michael. Okay, so let's look at this here. So now that we've got the background begun, let's now work on the foreground layer, on the face of Zelensky himself, and a little bit more of the clothing. So I am maybe even, actually before I do that, I do wonder about doing this halo right now. Actually, so I'm just gonna, go back a little bit here. I'm gonna take my warm yellow and some of this white. I ideally would have liked to have preserved this, but there was all my pencil marks are really kind of showing through. Which doesn't bother me, but I guess it does bother me enough that I'm doing this. So I'm just trying to eliminate a little bit of my pencil marks and any blue that's kind of crowded in, like right here. Yeah, let's just want to mute that first. So ultimately, I'm going to do something similar to what I just did with the clouds for this halo to kind of get them to have that, to give it a glowing effect. You know, we've done this a number of times, like when we did the lightsabers for Star Wars Day, May the 4th. Last year. Cool. Okay. So let's go back here. Okay, so now let's focus on developing the face and hair and a little bit of the clothing. So if we look at this, we want to try to get a what we call the local color of the skin tone. So it's sort of the color that is the between our darkest dark and our lightest light. What is that color, right? So our lightest lights are these highlights here, which are almost a white, and our darkest darks, you know, would be probably something in the nostril or right. So it's probably, you know, the little bit of this kind of peachy color that we see in here. So we're going to mix that color and we're going to apply it all over the entire face, and then we're going to start breaking things down into smaller shapes. So to do this, I'm going to need some more warm red. So I'm going to take my warm yellow and take, so there's like maybe, what's that, 4-to-1 warm red to warm yellow until we get this kind of orangey color. All right, we're looking for something in this vicinity. We're also going to take a little bit of warm blue. We don't need a lot of it, but that's going to help get us a little bit closer to a brown. Oops, that might have been too much. That's a little much, but we'll see if we can get away with this. Not bad. Not bad, but we want some white in there now. Okay. So let's take a bit more red. That's not bad. Actually, let's bring this color back into here. It looks like it's gone a little bit deeper. Let's take a bit more red. think that's probably good enough. I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid in here just to make it a bit more transparent. Mix this all the way into the color. It's going to change a little bit when we put this on top of the warm yellow, as expected. So let's just paint over the whole face. I also sometimes just get a little bit higher into the hairline, because, you know, we got hair, or we got skin under our hair, right? So we want to make sure that that comes across. I should probably use a bit bigger brush here for this. Okay, maybe a little bit more pinkish than I was hoping. Like, it's funny, here looks quite pink on the camera. It looks kind of very orangey. So I don't know. I don't know what happens here. Let me see if... Okay. I think while this is drying, let's just think about his shirt. And I wonder if we can, if we just took some of this cool yellow and paint that right over top. Oh. Maybe some cool yellow and warm yellow together. Let's just see. Just because I might reserve the cold yellow for the background. Yeah. Okay. Now Now that hair, we want it brown for the hair. So let's mix another brown. Let's take our warm yellow, bring it down here. I mean, I guess maybe I could have used that brown that I started with before I turned it into a bit more of a skin tone. I could have just done this all at once, but so I want to make a darker brown than I did here. So it's going to be more red and blue together than I did previously. It's sort of like making a purple. And then adding a little bit of yellow to it to prevent it, to pull it back into the brown area. That's good. So this is a bit of kind of a mid-range brown color. There's a bit of redhead stuff going on here. See, that's what the color looks like when I go over top of the blue background. But we're gonna get it darker than this. This is just like, you know, where the light is kind of might be hitting this hair. I think it's just worth just a quick reminder to anyone who might be just joining us now is to strongly consider making a donation to one of the humanitarian charities that are listed in the video description below, whether it's the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, the Canada-Ukraine Foundation, UNICEF, the UN Refugee Council. Those kind of things are very, very meaningful. Again, it doesn't have to be a lot of money, just to show that you really do support those organizations, and that you're supportive of the Ukrainian people in their fight against the most tyrannical dictator of our time, right? So what should, you know what, actually, before I just want to put a bit of this same color, now that I've got it, that I put in the hair on the eyebrows just right now. Okay. Let's blow dry this, and then we'll do a little bit of work on the face, just kind of adding a couple of some of the darker shapes in here, and then we'll move on to the sweater. We'll start that. or the robe. I mean, he's never, I don't know if he's worn a robe like this. I just looked for images of saints and then obviously collaged his face on top of one of them. Also, just as a, you may notice if you're looking at these photos side by side, you may notice that my curl is going this way, whereas his hair seems to be going this way. What is going on? Well, this image originally was facing the other way. So in the actual original photograph, he's looking in this direction, but in order to make it work with the saint, I flipped it so it looks like this. So actually his part, which is normally on this side, appears on this side in the photograph. So one of the things that I wanted to do is just to try to keep things kind of consistent so that if someone looks at this, the finished painting, is like, that's weird, it's almost like his hair's backwards. So right now I've flipped the hair back into its so-called rightful place to help any kind of potential confusion that might occur. And also I did kind of, I guess, like the idea that he was looking to the left, looking towards the west, away from Putin, right? So just a tiny little details like that. You know, when you're making a painting, you start kind of thinking like, what do all these little things mean? How do they come together? And what does the viewer understand from this? Okay, so let's take the skin tone. Let's do something a little bit darker. So this is the color we had there previously. Let's take this, and we've got our darker color. We can take a bit of this darker color. Let's mix it down in here. I'm going to take also my brown. Put a little bit of glazing fluid in there too, so that I can paint with it, and it'll be a little bit more transparent, and I can blend it out if I want to. Okay, I'm also just going to wipe some of that off, because it's really hard to blend when you have a lot of paint on your brush, because then it gets all over your blending brush. And I want my blending brushes to be as dry as possible. Right, I often. Okay. So let's look at this painting and just think about where our kind of largest shapes are for the darker part of the face, right? We've got a little bit on this side. Between these eyes. I've already put too big of globs of glazing fluid all over here. Did just what I said I shouldn't do. Just gonna blend that out because I'm not happy with that at all. Ah! And what happens there? I reveal a little bit of the underlying skin tone because I over blended it, so I'll just move on to a different area here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think that's good for that first little pass. My brushes, all my blending brushes were wet at different times, so I'm just gonna clean them off and then blow dry them. Because we want them to be as dry as possible. Trying to blend with a wet brush is just an exercise in futility. So I'm gonna mute this. Okay, how about let's do we'll darken the hair significantly. So let's take a little bit more warm blue and warm red. We'll mix this together, and we basically get a really, really dark brown. We're just going to pull this brown that we mixed earlier into the orbit. Let's take a bit of, not much warm yellow left on my palette anyway, but I'm going to take this much darker brown, and I'm just going to start kind of painting a little bit, be a little bit playful with the hair. Why not? Again, this is kind of my own very idiosyncratic way of painting hair. You're certainly welcome to use whatever approach you like, but this is just the way that I do it, which is very stylized. I know, not very naturalistic. But was that in focus? So here's the part in the hair. Okay. That's one way of going about doing it, I suppose. And also Okay. I'm going to continue doing working on the hair here. I'm just going to take my, actually, let's need that brush. I'm just going to take my dark color. I'm going to mix it into the paint we just used. Because right now he looks like a bit of a redhead, right? So I just want a little bit of that color in there because that color is in his hair, but right now that color, that kind of lighter orangey color is dominating the composition, right? So we want to almost invert it to make it like the exception. Let's go back down. Fine detail like this sometimes makes my eyes go a little bit crossed, especially since I've been painting now all day long. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do... Probably do those eyebrows at the very, very end after I've done a lot more work here. So let's just... zoom back out. So let's do the robes again. So maybe before I do that, I just notice maybe a part of the robe that could be touched up. I'm probably going to have to be doing a little bit more touching up after I've done the halo a little bit more. So I don't want to spend too much time doing any kind of touch-ups because I'll more than likely have to do a little bit anyway, but sometimes I forget, you know, I also sometimes think, you know what, if you see a problem, you should try to take care of it as soon as possible, because sometimes I just forget. The painting just gets so complex that okay. So I've lost, you know, the crest down here and all of the folds. I see, I mean, a little bit of it. I'm not totally out in the ocean without a life preserver or anything. I still have a bit, but let's see. So for instance, the actual... How should I go about this? Let's take some more cool yellow. Or sorry, cool blue. And let's take our cool warm blue. So we'll mix these a little bit together. Let's do this right here. So that would be what you would call like a cobalt blue, because it's kind of in between ultramarine blue and cyan. So it's not, you know, people are saying, oh, I guess that's a neutral blue. That's a true primary. There's no, we've talked about this how many times. There's no such thing, but it does get pretty close. Okay, so that's going to be the sort of medallion that he has, kind of holding the robe on. So the rest of this here, I think I'm going to maybe use this same kind of color as like a as a darker color. Let's take a bit of my dark color. We're gonna put some glazing fluid on it. Now we have what looks kind of more like a... What color would that be? I'm not sure. It's a bit of like a... I don't know the name for that color. It's like a really deep cyan. Okay, so... oh yeah, did I put my glazing fluid in here? I think I did. Sometimes I forget, right? So it doesn't hurt to be a little bit thinner. Let's expand this here. We can always, because we want it to get even darker closer to the fold, so I have no idea why that light turns on and off occasionally. Getting there. Let's do these folds here. Okay, just kind of a quick pass over all of that. I need to blow dry all of that really before I do anything more, because now I'm kind of peeling some of the paint off, so it starts to get more frustrating than anything. So I'm looking at the original and just trying to think about adding some more color into the face. And I think what I want to do now is put a bit of magenta and a little bit of purple into the face, especially into some of the shadows. That's going to give a nice little contrast. So I'm going to take a bit of this magenta and even a little bit of my skin tone. Oops. This is my magenta here. Here's the skin tone I mixed earlier. Let's get some glazing fluid on there. Now it's pretty opaque at the moment. Let's put them side by side. So I'm going to take this and paint it a little bit into some of these shadow areas. Ah! The paintbrush was covered in paint. from my dark blue. Let's just get that out of the way. Ah. Get a little bit more purple here. Put a bit up under in the hairline here. Okay. So part of the reason I'm just using some of these kind of bit more, I guess you'd call them like fleshier colors, is to kind of just give him like a real warm, human, living quality. And also because these colors are also in the original as well. I think maybe just before I move on, I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to add a little bit of purple in here. Let me just... Okay, so let's take the same color, take a little bit of warm blue, and mix this into this color. There we go. And we'll use that for the shadows. I like doing this in lieu of just going right to our darkest color. I mean, yeah. So let's mute. Okay. So when I do start darkening some of the stuff down, I'll have these really nice colors underneath that are just going to continue to give some fleshier qualities to the darker areas. before I move on, I think everything is pretty... I can't remember when the last time I blow dried some of this stuff down there was. Just want to give a little bit more dimension down in here. Okay, I think I'll need to let that dry for a few moments. One thing I noticed was quite helpful is a few times people were reporting any of those spam comments that were being left on YouTube. And I think it actually seemed to work better than when I do it. So if you see some comments in here, like there's one right now, like these weird, they look like web addresses or whatever, please, you'd be doing me a favor if you report those. And it seems like it helps to shut down all of the Russian trolling that seems to be happening. Okay. So my question to myself is, what next? I think I want to, maybe just before I move on, I don't know if you can do that, but I think some people did previously. Okay, so let's go on to the next step here. So what I want to do now is I'm going to go back into the background, work on the halo, and then, I mean, I think that I'm pretty happy with the clouds and the sky. I could see maybe doing a little, just taking my blue, the cool blue that I used earlier, I could maybe just do a little bit of that higher in the sky. Yeah, maybe let's do just a little bit of that. And even add just a little bit of more cool blue into that color. I'm going to put some matte medium in there. Whoa. So I'm just going to make the top of the painting a little bit more blue in a very, very subtle way, which is just going to help balance it with the bottom, which is also very blue, so that it just sort of fades a little bit as it gets closer to the bottom. Okay, and I wanted to do that before I did the halo, because once I get the halo done, doing anything like that would be more and more difficult. Just a very subtle little effect. Oh, Donna says, I report and block them. Thank you for doing that, Donna. You can see my hands get a little dirty here. In fact, let's just... get a little bit more presentable, Michael. You know, I'm long over my time that I wanted to try to get both of these episodes to be like 4 hours, you know, two hours each. And that is also stressful, so I'm like, you know what, I'll slow down and just try to, because I really want to try to do this especially as well as I can within a certain amount of reason, because it's very important to me. So okay, so did I say we started the background here? So let's do this halo. I need to blow dry this. You're so sweet, Donna. Donna just wrote, "Take your time, Michael. We love spending time with you." That is so sweet. I don't know. It just reminded me. I don't know. It was a few weeks ago. My daughter and I went to the rally for Ukraine here in Vancouver, and honestly, it was kind of a last minute thing because I was afraid to go because my big fear was that no one was going to show up. And it sounds absurd that's because I just didn't know if I could take that. I was just afraid that if I got there and no one was there, or 5 people were there holding a banner, that it would be kind of like something that I intellectually couldn't recover from, like the and what was so awesome is seeing how many people showed up. But I think what really struck me about being there was how many people from very diverse cultural, racial backgrounds were there. Seeing people that from all over the world, people African descent, Asian descent, South American descent, Latin America, wearing blue and yellow, and that was so meaningful to me. Like, I just, like, it what it did is it really opened my eyes to all of the struggles that other people have been going through. All of these other people from around the world who've been showing up for their own protests because of the genocides that have been happening, that I have not attended their rallies. I was like, well, not really. Yeah, I got other things to do. I've got to do the laundry. I'm not going to show up. And yet those people showed up to support and show solidarity for my people. And I just, all of a sudden, it was sort of like they were saying, yeah, we understand. We understand what you're going through, because we've gone through the same thing ourselves. And we've shown up at those rallies where there's 10 people there. And part of me just felt so terrible, thinking like, I had to wait until some selfish something that was affecting me personally before I got off my butt and did something about it. And here these people were, and it made me think, like, never again, when there's something going on in the world, will I be ignorant or to those situations, that I have to be more active about supporting my fellow brothers and sisters from all over the world, because that's how change happens, right? It's easy for someone like Putin to get away with stuff like this if no one cares. And, I've been totally blown away, even surprised and even suspicious as to why Ukraine, why have so many people come out to support my country when so many other countries, and there's a big list of other countries, in the Mideast, other places in Eastern Europe, in Asia, where awful things have happened, sometimes in my name by my own government, and I've said nothing. I might have posted something on Facebook, but that really hit home really powerfully. So I think when you said that, Donna, about just, we like spending time with you, that's how that spoke to me. So thank you. Okay, let's do the halo. So, a lot of emotions today. Not surprising, but so how should we do this? Is this dry? I'm going to take my fluid here. Oh, sorry. This is my cold yellow with just some of the glazing fluid just to thin it out a bit. And I'm just going to go around and blending that out, softening those edges. That's going to give it that look of just the glowing halo. So that's very subtle. It barely comes across on camera. I can certainly see it on my end, to the point where in some places, especially where it goes over the blue, it seems almost too much, but that's okay. Like it could, because it's kind of darkening, it almost makes me think I could have put a tiny bit of white in there. But you know what, maybe actually I'll do that in the next step. So let's do just that. Let's take a little bit of white and mix that into this color. I'll blow dry this first. So I'm not going out quite as far as I just did. Something got on my brush there. Oh, it's some old paint on the palette. So what happened is I was mixing the paint over top of this paint that had dried, and it's by painting with it, you know, the paint over top sort of just woke it up. Just not a huge deal, just a bit of a pain in the butt. touch up an area that got a little bit out of hand there. Okay, I gotta blow dry this because I'm trying to work into wet paint. And, let's just continue soft, but basically what I'm trying to do is just soften the edge here. So it's looking pretty good in most places. There's a few little holdouts here and there. Okay, I gotta blow dry it. I always have to, like, I want to do it all at once, but I can never do that, so... That was a little bit too heavy-handed there. I needed a bit more glazing fluid. Okay, I think we're almost there. So, now that that's like that, I'm going to take my yellow just on its own, and I just want to put that kind of right in the middle. I really should have blow dried this. In fact, I should just stop and do just that. I always like pushing my luck, don't I? Yeah, let's blow dry that before I just tinker. So putting this cool yellow on is just going to help give it even more, because now we've kind of faded it out. But this is what's at the heart of the halo, is this bright, very saturated color. Okay, I think that's, we're gonna just move. I kind of want to widen that, but I think we got the idea, Michael. So I think that background, for all intents and purposes, is done, right? Okay, so now that we've got our background completely finished, let's finish the foreground and then we'll be done. So the main things that we have left to do here are, obviously, I think I want to darken the hair a little bit. It's still a little more red than I would want it to be. And so we can see these side by side. And then I want to start, obviously, putting a lot more shadow into the darker areas, and we'll do some outlining, and this crest, some shadows here and there. But we're well on our way. We should be done probably within the next 45 minutes, which is, again, almost twice as long than as I wanted to be done, but it is what it is. So let's think. What would be the... Should we do... the hair here? I think we need to darken that hair significantly. So I'm going to take my... This brown. I guess it's mostly all dried up. Let's see if we can pull anything useful out of this. Take our darker color. Put some glazing fluid on here. And it's a little bit. So everything just sort of went down maybe like 10% darker, which I think was helpful. We'll see as it dries what the finished result is, but next, let's also start to darken the face down a little bit. Although now that's wet, you know, maybe while that's drying, let's do the crest down here. Now, as I painted over it, it disappeared. So we want to try to bring it back. Now I could try tracing it over. In fact, maybe let's do that. Now, a weird thing that happened is when I printed this, it got somehow a little bit I don't know, my printer wasn't happy with me today. I think it's been hacked by Putin. That's just going to be my go-to from now on. So I'm going to tape that in there, trace it with some carbon paper. And you have to be careful because the carbon paper may want to stick to the paint, especially if the paint's even just a little bit tacky. So I don't want to put too much of this carbon paper down. Let's get a little bit of tape to hold it in place. I'm doing this because this is quite a complex image. So, did that help at all? I don't know. I don't know if I can see anything. I do have, actually, one thing I haven't really used. Maybe this is the time to break out our white carbon paper. Let's put this back. Ta-da! Now, it's not all there. It's not all perfect either, but that's certainly helpful. So, I could use a Posca pen for this. I might just try painting it though. So what I want is basically kind of a similar color I've been using for the halo, but I'm going to do it with a little bit more white. I might go over it twice, just because if I try painting that yellow right over top of the blue, it'll just disappear, because I need some white in there to pop it off of this dark blue background. And I'm gonna bring this up okay. So, you know, it's not the best, my best work here, but that's okay. It's a little bit uneven. So I can let this dry, and then I can also just come back and even add a little bit of blue back into places where I don't want this yellow, like just there. Right, like that's supposed to be much thinner. I keep making it bigger and wider, and it is what it is. Right. In fact, maybe let's just finish this area right now. We'll blow dry it. Okay, not perfect, but that's okay. I feel like it looks pretty crummy on camera, but I think in person it looks much better. Yeah. Still lots of people watching, but the chat has gone silent, and which usually means people are busy making paintings. Or making sandwiches, maybe. Maybe we got some sandwich artists watching. Okay. So, let's look at the original. Think about what we need to do. We need to obviously start really darkening down a few places here because we've got a lot of like lighter values. So What I think I'll do is we can use like a bit of more of a bluish dark color. Where should we do this? Maybe in the browns? Take my warm blue. Neat. I'm turning the palette so I can see the color a little bit more. Okay, I think that's good. Some matte medium, quite a lot in here, just so I have a lot of flexibility. And just mix that in really well. So it's it's a darker one, that's for sure. So we want to make sure this is nice and dry before we do too much. Okay. So let's take our darker color and start thinking about where we want to put it. We got a nice and dry brush to blend things out. I'll go do that with a smaller brush. There's that ear on the other side there, just a little tip of it. I almost considered getting rid of it entirely, but So now we can see kind of how effective by putting some of those magentas and things in here, how they have kind of turned out nicely, the way they kind of combine with the colors. Tip of the ear. Let's stay the bigger shapes, Michael. Starting to dry and get tacky there. What else? Should just left that area, Michael. Okay. Let's take a bit. I think I gotta clean some of this up. I gotta blow dry it. That's it. Always, I just, how many? I never learn my lesson. So let's try this again. think I can fix that, given it a little bit here. Just want to bring even more shadow. Why do I do that to myself, Michael? I just never, ever, 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 ever learn. Blow dry. Lolly says, if it wasn't for your occasional mistakes, Michael, we wouldn't learn half as much or know how to correct them, so we appreciate that you never learn not to fiddle. We know that you're only doing it to demonstrate how to correct a mistake, and you intentionally do this. That's very sweet of you, Lolly. That's great. I love it. Okay. I suspect that's going kind of... I need a little bit more brown in this black. A little more red in there so it doesn't go quite so green, which is what kind of was like, yikes, that's green. He's really getting some 5 o'clock shadow now. Okay. Actually, you know, it's funny. It kind of goes through little phases of feeling better and worse, but I'm getting close. I want to blow dry this, and I want to do a little bit more on the neck. Okay, so let's zoom in on these eyes here. We haven't touched that in a long time. So what I want to do is I want to add just a very subtle amount of a little, like, take my skin tone, but make it much lighter. Looking for some white, because I don't need much of it. So, oh, there's some white right there. There we go. So I just want to be careful. I just don't want to. Whoa, you can't see anything I'm doing here, can you? So I just don't want to use pure white here. Otherwise, it's going to be way too light. In fact, that looks kind of light already, but. It's definitely way too. I should have just glazed with this, but we're going to be darkening a little bit, a few things. Hand stamped a few other things around the canvas. Let's darken. Actually, let's go for a kind of a brown for the pupils. Do I have any brown left? I guess I gotta mix a bit of a brown. I don't have any warm yellow. So his actual eye color is much darker than this. But maybe I'll darken that down afterwards. Let's while I got this dark color on, let's start doing some of this nostrils. Okay, I gotta blow dry this because I got wet paint kind of all over the place, and I've been stamping my hands. My hands are getting pretty dirty. Okay. That feels a little better. A little bit cleaner hands. Let's put a bit of glazing fluid in here. To make it a little bit thinner, and also some of this paint is starting to dry a bit, so I should blow dry. Did I? When was the last time I blow dried? Oh, there we go. Oh, it was muted this whole time. Ah, there we go. Pascal says, Michael, so this person is tired. We need to add shade here and there. Let's also fix the eye center. I don't know what that means. The eye center. To honestly, my eyes are kind of getting crossed. It's just makes things kind of tricky, obviously. Whoa. Don't touch that anymore, Michael. What are you doing? Oh, you can't. Jeez, you can't even see anything I'm doing here. Ah, here I'm fiddling around on the bottom half of the canvas, and none of that's on camera. Ah, so you just wiped all that paint off. Gotta let it dry. Was I just gonna do? Have a little bit of a highlight. Not happy with that. Okay. Taking a bit of this magenta, bring it back onto this top lip here. Just getting a little bit of warmth. Just a bit of warm red near those eyes there. I erred in making that a little bit too dark. Okay. And next I think I will, my eyes are just a little bit too white. So I'm just going to soften that down just a little bit. Actually, you know what? I could glaze with it. Let's take a bit of warm red into that white. let's do this as a glaze. Basically just sort of turning it into a light gray. Push that further. I need to blow dry that. You know, I don't know. I'm getting pretty close to being done, and how much more do I want to do? I feel like there's a lot of fiddling happening here. Oops, that needs to be reloaded. Okay. Man, it looks kind of quite different in person, as some of these tend to. I don't want to darken those eyes too much more, because I want them to have like life and energy. Obviously a little bit different than the one on the left. And let's just take a bit of white and maybe a bit of the yellow. Let's give it a bit of pop of life. I don't know. You know, I could be done. Like, I don't know if I'm going to zoom out. You know, it is different than the original for sure. But I'm not unhappy with it. At least, again, it's one of those weird things where I look at it on my own and I think, I don't know, it looks fine. And then I look at the computer screen and I'm like, huh, that looks very different. So, as a painting can do, right? I don't know. I think I might. There's a lot of fiddling. Oh, okay. So yeah, let's wrap it up. Okay. Wow. I sometimes just totally lose track of time. So. Okay, so let's bring this to a conclusion. Let's do a little quick side-by-side comparison. Maybe before we do that, just one last time before we do this. Usually I take a moment to take a look at some ways that you can support me. Obviously, like and subscribe to the channel, but I encourage one last time to make a donation, even if it's just $1, 50 cents, whatever the lowest they'll let you donate. Please strongly consider making a donation to help support the Ukrainian people, as well as these organizations that are delivering humanitarian aid and trying to help all of the sick and injured people who've been so devastated by this conflict, which was unnecessarily started by Vladimir Putin. Here we have the Canadian Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, the UN refugees organization that helps get people out of Ukraine safely, as long as they're not being shot at and bombed by Russian airplanes and artillery while they're trying to do so, after they've been promised safe passage. Canadian Foundation, or Ukrainian Foundation, and UNICEF. Again, there's dozens of other organizations. All of these are worthy causes. They're all reputable. Your money's not going into some dark hole. Strongly, please consider supporting those organizations. Of course, there's our Facebook group. I would love to see what you have created. Gotta minimize this here. So the original and mine side by side. Ay. Very different. Although, yeah, it does seem on camera maybe a little bit more patchy than I feel like it is on my side, but that's okay. All right. Okay. So, not bad for a little bit of an afternoon's worth of work. Maybe we can put these two side by side. Let's see, the devil and the saint side by side, two people going in very different directions. One is going up and one's going down. I'm just a fusspot with that there. Goodness. it's satisfying seeing them come together at the, after working on, having this idea for the past few days, and then not really knowing what to do, and then kind of pulling something together. That feels good. And if this helped encourage one person to donate $1 towards various different charities that are helping people, then that feels like that was the best use of my time possible. Tomorrow we're going to do something totally different. We're going to leave some of the politics behind. We're going to look at Franz Marc, a very important early avant-garde painter, and we're gonna go very, very simple. Franz Marc was, again, another great artist that I admire a lot, and it's going to be for our most beginner painters, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun with that. We're going to use just the basic palette. I don't even know if we'll use any glazing fluids. I haven't thought too much about it, but so if you're new to the channel, hit like and subscribe so that you make sure you can see some of those episodes. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Again, just take a moment just to think about how grateful we are to be living in countries under governments where I can make a painting like this. People in Ukraine and in Russia would get arrested and maybe executed for something like that. No joke. No joke at all. So there was a law passed, 15 years in jail in Russia for making something like this today. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys in a couple of days, or tomorrow, and we'll do something a little bit different. Okay, good night, everyone. We'll talk to you again very, very soon. I love you all, my friends.